Okay. I'll do whatever it takes to lose subscribers, particularly my PSX audience. If there's still any of those guys left. I don't think there's many left. Because it's what I meant to be forgotten anyway. This is a needless stream because who the hell programs for DOS anyway? Who the fuck programs for DOS? Nobody programs for DOS. People rather program for the NES. Give me a moment, I'm adjusting things. Oh wow! Nuclear armament, that's fast. Hello. Alright, I'm gonna do a needless MS-DOS programming stream featuring 16-bit x86 assembly, which I've been getting into despite being mostly a Risk kind of guy, but it actually isn't too bad. Later on, once I get used to its conventions. You have very few registers in x86 land, but one thing that x86 has that MIPS doesn't have is you can directly access memory value from access memory. In MIPS you have to load a value from memory into a register before you can do arithmetic on it. On x86 you can load data from memory directly. Some instructions can even do it memory to memory operations. Though many registers are memory to register or register to memory, depends. Convention seems similar enough, like result always goes to the left. Give me a sec, I need to start a copy of the stream here so I can monitor the chat more easily. It's very inconvenient in this setup. I have to look all the way there just to see the monitor. Give me a moment. Should be able to see my own stream. It will be really stupid if I can't. I'm gonna switch view to the 386's capture once I start. Just want to show the post screen. 5 GHz is always slow when there's like walls blocking your view. This will just be a programming stream. Live. There it is. I want to view it. I need to have a monitor here too, you know. What? Well, I'm waiting for people anyway to... Oh, it's Dexor, the French fry guy. Oh yeah. Alright. That's time zones for you. Duke Nukem 3D Stream 2 is still upcoming for some reason. I cannot even view my own stream here from the studio. I cannot even view it from here. Then I have to look at my channel to see it. Weird. Go to my dumb channel. There it is. If I'm watching, oh, there's Mr. of H. Can I even view? I am only really familiar with Itanium, which I like, or people around me like to call Itanic. Really shit processor. Vilius. I'm not sure. I think they're a bit impractical. Or they're so complicated. It's very difficult to write a compiler for. I don't care about security, I want performance. Fortunately, my Westmere workstation doesn't seem to get hit by it very much. Also, I found the reason why it doesn't roar much anymore. Because usually when I stream, usually when there's lots of motion going on, the workstation will occasionally ramp its fans at full speed. Turns out it's because I increased the idle speed of the fans, so these processors remain cooler longer. Alright, I'm gonna fire up my lame ass 386. My oldest machine. Look at that! 386 power! Also, I'm using a wide angle lens on the camera, so you can see more. Yeah, that's one thing that I can do with this camera. It's really good that I bought this camera. Because I actually have a fisheye lens attachment that will fit it. I don't have one for my VX1000. Well, phones still use ARM. That's RISC-based. This DOS installation is old. It's been around since 2011. Property of Mediatek Productions. This is old. The hard drive is not original on this. I know this system is not really original. It's built from swapping parts around. Looking back, I kind of wish I saved the original case of this 386. It had a nice big red power button on it. Oh well, it was pretty beat up though, so I had my reasons why I didn't need it, and I thought I didn't need it. Now I need it. Now I need more AT cases because I have boards that I like to build systems off of. So yeah, this drive's not original from this build. It's Seagate from my crappy AT&T 486. The reason why I swapped out the Maxtor was the disk was seizing up. Sometimes it would seize, and then I had to like wiggle the hard drive like this to free it. But sometimes that can kill the drive. When the heads are well and truly stuck to the platter, it'll rip off from the actuator arm, effectively killing the drive. So yeah, I had to swap it with a Seagate. The Maxtor still works, but I don't think it's not gonna live for much long. But it still worked last time I fired it up. Yeah, I think that's the capture card Dexter. No, not the capture card, the converter box. It does that. No, it's a Maxtor. It was a Maxtor. That was a Maxtor drive. I think they're also known for getting stuck too. Right now I'm running a Seagate in this. 520 megabytes. Wow, 520 megabytes. Whoa, look at that. 102 meg. 100 megs free. Yeah. So yeah, this thing still works. It's old. It was like almost 10 years younger when I was using this extensively. There are some files that are dated that old. Let me see. I need to go to my work. VGA test. I think I have to move some stuff around to my 386 using flip-flop diskettes. I would like to have like proper backup drives on this, tape backup or maybe a Bernoulli, but they're so expensive. I think I'll just stick to floppies or network shares, but I want something more authentic. Give me a sec, I need to break out some of my floppies just to show for illustrative purposes. Let me see. You gotta love that screen flicker. I always love screen flicker on a camera. It makes the screen look alive. Well, this flickering doesn't look too annoying, it just looks cool. Oh, come here please. Oh yeah, floppies. Yeah. Floppy disks. Oh, these are DOS-V disks. These are not for... No, these are IBM compatible. DOS-V is just MS-DOS with like Japanese extensions or things like that. It's strange how when I started using this head cleaning disc, my floppy started to become really reliable. Like I've been using these two discs. I've been using these two discs, the MS-DOS and then the Benchmark Tools discs extensively when I was trying to get that Arsus board that I got from work that I refurbished when I was doing tests on that, and also that stupid Ali board that I found, the Red Fox one, that doesn't work properly. Oh, speaking of that, I have loads of them. Box of floppies, look at that, I got loads of floppies. Oh man, this is probably the last purchase I'll have on that surplus store that's sadly closing down. Yeah, they had this out and I want to buy it. It's nice to have a good stack of floppies, and they're quite reliable discs. They're pretty reliable. Okay, where shall I begin? Okay, where was I? Alright. Just show some source code. Floppies! Floppers. Oh wait, I'm supposed to use live chat here. Pufter doesn't use the... I'm not sure about the SideQuest drives. I think they're still expensive. Oh man, the delay seems pretty big. Alright, I think I don't need these lines anymore. These basically fuck up the video output. These don't really do much, if I remember correctly. I think I have to configure this no border color because that messes up the video output entirely for some reason. I'm doing weird things with the VGA hardware anyway. I'm basically these parameters here. These parameters, I have a mouse. These parameters, these basically force the VGA hardware to output 400 lines, but the monitor thinks it's running at 480 lines. So it's running in 640 by 480 mode, but the active lines are 400. The reason why I want 640 by 400 is so I can have just enough video memory to do 2 off-screen pages and at least 8 pixels of off-screen scrolling area, fill-in area, when performing hardware scrolling. So it's pretty tight, but at least it allows full-screen hardware scrolling. I'm even abusing the line compare register when the video memory offset already exceeds the available video memory, and then I use the line compare to hide the overflow, which is usually garbage, so it will look like it's a seamless wraparound when you're doing vertical scrolling. The only downside with this method is you can only really do vertical scrolling. You might be able to do, or you can do horizontal, but you can only either do horizontal or vertical because there's not enough video memory to achieve both directions. Used to, long time ago, that's like a decade ago. Sarah Jones, yeah, that was like long time ago. I don't care about her crap. Her crap now is crap, like genuinely crap. She's boring now. To be honest, I don't really want to recall those memories. I'm really an idiot. She seems more of a, oh no, it's a he now. He's a he now because she's weird or something. She done gender change. I'm gonna call this 480 mode because this is the actual output is 480 lines, but the active is 400. That was a long time ago. That's old news now. I don't want to come near any accomplished artists these days. Fuck them. I don't like any of them. I hate artists. I hate the art community. I hate art. So yeah, I'm gonna run this. The reason I want to use the 400 line mode because it's throwing off the VGA hardware quite a bit. No, not the VGA hardware, the converter box. I have to adjust it because it doesn't make. But as you can see on my screen here, it's letterbox 640 by 400, and the monitor is running at at 31.5 60 hertz. That's 640 by 480. So yeah, I'm doing weird stuff like that. These sprites here, they're monochrome sprites rather. These are drawn using my assembly code. I'm gonna add clipping code to. I'm gonna add things that add clipping or something. So oh yeah, I'm supposed to like copy. I'm not sure how the capture card will behave with. Oh, it doesn't like 80 by 43 mode. And I have to. Oh man, stupid chat. It's been laggy. I don't know if I should, because if I go ultra low latency. Oh great, I should have set it to ultra low latency. But I imagine the quality will suffer as a result. Okay, we get capture. It's a bit underscanned, but never mind. So I'm gonna copy my 640 by 400 line mode code from here. This is the one that had the scrolling thing. I'm gonna try to get that scrolling test going. Also, this editor may look like V, but this is actually Open Watcom V. It's not. It's like V, but it's not quite V. It's V for DOS. Annoying aspect about this editor is you cannot really copy. You have to delete then paste it again. Need to put that there so that I need to back up the enable set reset register value, so that the mouse will not break. PGA 400. And as you can tell, I'm using Open Watcom, which I believe should be the recommended now, because it can target. Open Watcom is very versatile because it can target 16-bit DOS all the way up to Win32. And it's free now. Not to mention open source. What the heck? Why is it aborted? File modified. No. I don't want to save it. It used to... What? Why? It used to just prompt. What? It's forcing me to save. Even though I didn't modify the text. Stupid V. Okay, compile that. I don't know, I think computing is just getting worse and worse these days. It's not helped by the fact that programmers seem to be also getting worse and worse. I always have this idea where as computers become more powerful, programming skill becomes lower. Well, I always thought Open Watcom has great optimization, and hence why Dahoom and the Build Engine games use it. Okay, I'll see how this goes. Might crap out. Oh, it's 400 line mode, 70 hertz. There we go. There was a bit of delay there because I was drawing additional 480 lines you cannot see. So yeah, 640 by 400 mode. It's possible. Oh, pardon me. The video capture went crap again. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Stupid cheap Chinesium adapter. I'll be back in a moment. I need to head to the CR. Alright, I'm back. No, I didn't need to mute. Oh, okay. Oh, I can't fathom how slow it'll be on a... I could simulate it by turning off the turbo. I could do that, but I think it simulates a 16 megahertz 286, but even then it might be a little bit faster than an actual 16-bit 286. Yeah, it just adds up, that poor optimization. Oh, it'll waste a few more cycles. Oh, it's gonna stack up. It's gonna stack up. That shit's gonna stack up. Yeah, that's what I mean by lower programming skill. They're just adding, instead of actually learning how to do things the proper way, they just simply add more code, add more code, add more code, add more code until it's like a behemoth of bloated garbage. High level programming languages. What am I supposed to do? Oh yeah, I'm gonna add like clipping code and also integrate my keyboard routine into this, which is also written in assembly. Well, I think I'll stick with the 400 line mode. There's a sprite data for the test sprites. The order of the data is actually column oriented. The reason why it had to be column oriented is because the fastest way to write to the VGA hardware, or the fastest way to draw a sprite, I find, is you do it on a per column basis, due to the way how it works. Because the way how 16 color modes work, or bit plane modes work, is okay, 640 horizontal lines. 1 byte makes up 8 pixels per plane. So you have 8 and sort of like an 8-bit chunks, 8 pixel chunks on the horizontal axis, and you have 4 of those bytes, 1 for each bit plane. And so the tricky bit is where when the sprite crosses those boundaries, you have to resort to like bit shifting and then performing 2 writes, 2 bytes at a time. Yeah, well, I started programming on the DOS system. Yeah, I should have mentioned this earlier. Yeah, I started programming in DOS. Oh, great, the picture adjustments are still there. Yeah, I started programming in DOS under QBasic. That's where I started. And I guess this also introduced me to old computers, because QBasic is a DOS thing. And that introduced me to like old computers. At one time, I used to my main computer used to be like a Cyrix machine. I still have the board for it, but I threw away the case for it. It was pretty beat up case anyway, though I kind of wish I kept it anyway. Having a beat up case is better than no case. And that's the screen fill. I'm gonna remove the extra 80 lines because it'll just slow down the demo. You could do a clear screen of 1. Even faster. I've never, this is the only time I've seen V actually work. I tried V on Linux and it's broken as hell. It doesn't even work properly. Cardboard cases. Cardboard. I tried to build a wooden desktop case once. Well, it never got anywhere. Okay, let's see how fast this will compile. With turbo off. Oh man, these compiler is actually in protected mode, but I've hidden the DOS 4GW thing because it's not I don't know, it gets in the way of the compiler warnings and errors, so I just put an environment variable that'll hide it. Look at that, look at that, look at that. 16 megahertz power. Imagine if it's like a big project where there's like multiple source files to compile. That would be even slower. Okay, now we have a blue screen. I don't think I'll really use the mouse in some random magical girl. Or maybe I will, because to make it a little better than the Harry Jap Toho games. Are you compiling for what? 16-bit or 32-bit? Yeah, switching to a new compiler set for your new platform is sometimes takes a bit of a learning curve. I don't know. I can switch around compilers. I haven't tried Microsoft's compilers though. I've only really used GCC and OpenWatcom. Okay, I'm gonna copy my keyboard routine. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna copy my keyboard routine from here. The output's still fine. Keyboard. This is my very own interrupt keyboard handler. Interrupt keyboard test. Keyboard handler installed. You'll never be able to escape with Control-Alt-L. I can. It does actually work. This is different from most other keyboard handlers. This is based on Ken's code from Ken's Labyrinth. The advantage of his, except his code was like part C, part assembly. This one is, I rewrote it entirely in assembly. The advantage of his way of handling the keyboard is it can discriminate between extended keys and regular keys. First batch of bits here is this one's the standard key codes. This one's extended. So when I press home end, if I press like F10. Basically when I press some of the more extended keys, it'll appear here instead. You escaped from the clutches of custom key handler. Okay, let's see how well this will integrate. And then I have to modify the make file. To assemble that file. Keyboard. I'll get into the assembly once I get this sorted out. Wasm. There we go. Let's see how they'll go. They're not exactly bit fields, they're character fields. I know, they're like just on-off 1 byte per key, basically on that view. People have made Snake games in pure assembly. Okay, I need the defines. Keyboard, let me see. Oh no, that's a new file. Again with this dumb thing. I can just undo. be useful to have it like this for better portability, I guess. As in, I could carry this over to other projects. It's just simply including that assembly file and then this header. Could put key definitions here too for hard-coded key maps mapping. So include each. What's the name of that function? Keep install. Oh, that undo function here, that'll only work between insert modes. So if you're doing a long session entirely in this insert mode, the undo becomes useless. Because your whole session will just get wiped. It will not undo a bit, it'll just undo that whole session. So I think I'll keep in the keyboard first. And then I'll wait. I need to. Oh, did I actually copy? One line's yanked. There. Oh, that actually does copy. Okay, I'm gonna stay around in like this mode, 80 by 25 mode, because the stupid converter box seems less annoyed with that. This one has no cache. I learned this thing has no cache. For some reason the post screen says 128K. What 128K? There's no cache on this thing, according to Speedsys. Well, it seems pretty on par to most other 386s anyway. Key status 1 is escape. Okay, let's see if this will work. I'm not sure what motherboard this is using. Oh, it should be keep init, not keep install, not keep init. Plus 244. It should be keep install. But I don't know this board. I forgot what it was, but it uses a PQFP36DX. But it has a socket for a 486 DLC. But it seems configured to take only a FPU. There we go. Oh no. Not been declared. Oh, there should be an underscore. Here's a bit long and fuzzy. Also, I haven't been in the mood to work on a video for quite a while. I think the burn is just getting to me. Or maybe I'm undergoing some changes. For better or for worse, I don't know. Basically, I want to take a break for now. Or maybe I'll try focusing on a different video project. It's not. I did not reference it in a linker, the object file. I think I'll have to use like a link script after the, when this gets really long. Because there's a limit in how many things you can put in a command line argument. There we go. Alright. See if this will crash. Oh, it did. And the keyboard handler is working. Yay! Now I can do full interaction. This is... no, this predates those, I think. This just uses DIMMs, or SIM memory rather. It wasn't until like the 486s where they started using FastPage or Edo with the 72-pin modules. I have loads of those 72-pin modules though. An assortment of FastPage and Edo ones. Well, have you seen a pic? I don't think. Oh, and then the capture went crap. I don't know. What, you've actually searched through the Zeph's Discord for the picture of my motherboard? My 386's motherboard rather. Ronix. Yeah, it uses MX chips. Same company that produces memory chips for Nintendo's game cartridges, for even the Switch. So yeah, we got keyboard now. Next step is to do page flipping. Let's see. I'm gonna do page flip. Okay. Need the extra lines because I'm gonna add quite a significant amount of code to this. Yeah, the keyboard routine I've made is based on Ken's logic handler, but mine is written entirely in assembly. I think I have to move the VGA stuff to another C file at some point. Oh great. Oh, there's weeb crap there. I found it. I found an archive full of that. It's still in here. The one that I transferred using my crappy transfer tools is still here. Wait, now where's my work file? Work directory. There it is. VGA test. Let me see. There's line compare. We don't need that yet. I need the offset stuff. I don't know if I still have that scrolling code here. Oh, I don't have it anymore. Oh, I can probably integrate that back in. Ah, no, there's the scroll code. Was it shift insert? Ah, that's empty copy buffer. Ah, control insert. I need that scroll for page flipping. Ah, there we go. I'm gonna put it higher. Init mouse, show mouse. Put it there. So what I'm going to do is page flipping. Oh man, I have to scroll quite a ways. This one I didn't really pay much consideration when I fitted memory on this board. I mean, there's like 16 megs plus 4 megs, or it could be 4 megs plus 16 megs, because the memory, some of the memory on this came from a 46 that I wish I kept. It was one of those that uses those stupid Dallas modules, and I did not know how to fix it. I don't know how to revive, I don't know, to get a Dallas asshole module working. I should have one of these those modules up here. Yeah, there's one here. That's a benchmark. That's another benchmark. Here. One of these modules. That board was using one of those, but that board had 2 sockets, one for 46 and then that 47 rip-off CPU. I wish I kept that. Disappeared one day. Mom probably threw it away. Oh, speaking of clock modules, I've actually found one clock module that still works. It's this one. It's a benchmark. This one still works. Also, these benchmark modules are like made in the land of Pinay. Pinay land. Yeah, that's the first time I've seen a clock module that actually works. Stupid zips. No, this was an LZH file. No, LHA archive. Wow, 25 megahertz 286 power. That must be fucking ballin'. Yeah, I know the battery mod. I've done that to fix an Asus, but at the time when I had that board, I didn't know how to use it. I didn't know how to do the mod. I can show you. I know the mod. Here's one benchmark module I tried to modify. See that? Cut grooves here to gain access to the internal pin so I could wire a battery to it. This one's working, but I took out the battery on this because I thought, oh, this module committed suicide, because some clock modules would commit suicide when you try to fit a new battery in them. Turns out it's the power supply connector that was faulty, why the board was being intermittent. It turned out to be the power supply connectors. I'm gonna show that board that I repaired, which uses one of those Dallas asshole modules, maybe at the end of the stream. In the meantime, I need to implement page flip stuff. Okay, this will be my main loop. No need a mouse. I'm gonna make a really dumb move the sprite around the screen. It will be a perfect way to test clipping anyway. That's where I'm gonna start like delving into assembly, and that's where the fun stuff begins. Okay, first I'm not gonna do page flip. I'm just gonna draw the sprite. I think I don't need these anymore. Capture is still fine. Clear screen to blue. You don't need a mouse. Alright, so set the X and Y coordinates. Now what would be the key codes for up, down, left, right? That's the problem. I'll figure it out. Okay, put sprite. I figured it out now. Up. It's 16 32, 48, 64, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104. I have DirectQB headers I could just reference from, just to make sure. The mapping should be the same, because it's just keyboard scan codes. Let me see if I could find those files here. Oh, I hear a motherfucking helicopter. I'm not sure if the camera is picking that up, but there's a motherfucking helicopter buzzing the skies. Motherfucking helicopters, motherfucking. I think there should be like a DQB buy file. Oh man. I could locate it. Oh, I think that Nestpad code is mine. Oh man, it's from 2012. Why don't I see how it looks? Oh yeah, it's one of my earliest attempts at assembly, I think. Oh man, I forgot about this. I don't know if it worked. Oh, it's the motherfucking helicopters, motherfuckers. Oh, motherfucking helicopters, motherfuckers. 72, 80, 75, 77. It's landing next door. Should be minus. I imagine my sprite drawing routine will go batshit insane if you give it a negative coordinate. I'm not sure though. Yeah. Scamp chipset, that's a CNT, isn't it? Chips and Technologies. $75.77. Every morning, they always fire up that whirligig. Or almost every morning. I need to put like a weight, a V-sync. I think I have it here. Nope. Well, should work. Changes log. No, it's here. How long are they idling that bird. I thought you were supposed to shut it down. Just burning fuel. And it's annoying everyone around you. I think they're going for another takeoff. Yep. Data experts, more like data amateurs. Data expert. Motherfucking helicopters, motherfucking helicopters. Dumb land. There we go. Statun 308. Yeah, this is DOS programming. Statun? Who the hell spells Statun? Oh, there's no screen clear, and I did not set the color. Oh, good thing it did not crash with a black screen. And then the capture went crap again. I forgot to set the sprite color. Because this is a monochrome sprite drawing. Advantage with monochrome is the fastest. Uses write mode 3. Oh no, wrong. 15. I want the bright white sprite. Yeah, I'm using one of those things that the same chassis design is also used for the reverse, the VS video to VGA converter box thingies. I'm using the reverse of that. It's a VGA to composite S video converter. It's the only way I can capture PC footage. I would like a better solution. Okay, there we go. Let's see if this will move. Oh, look at that! Ooh, cool! Hey, it's fast. What happens if I overflow it? Oh, that's interesting. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, I think. Let's see what happens if it goes beyond. If I let it go off screen like that, it'll just wrap to the left side. Ooh, look at that 70 hertz. It's wow. Now that's an interesting way to do deturbo. I guess that's extreme deturbo. You could go slower than an original IBM. Uh-oh. Damn this adapter thing. Okay, why don't I write some assembly? Okay, now for the fun stuff. Assembly x86 style. Here's my screen clearing code. I just need to write code that sets the offset, the VGA offset, so I can actually do. Yep, it's smooth. It's running at full 70 hertz. I have to figure out how the coordinates work in when you set it to a negative value. I have to study that with a debugger because I'm not familiar with the behavior there. Because I want to do screen clipping. I'll add clipping to it later. Here's how you write a should I make it like that? This one will just simply set VGA off in the data segment. Ret. Okay, the first things you do in an assembly procedure in x86 is you push the data segment, push the BX register. Forgot what it means, but I have a manual that I printed out using my old printer over there. Push BX, move BX data that loads the data segment, move that to DS so that becomes your this becomes your main data segment. Then at the end you pop it from the stack. Why pop BX, pop DS? I'm not sure how many registers you're supposed to preserve, but usually you have to preserve the data segment so that the caller will return to its intended data segment. But I can see why you'd want, so that when your procedure does its thing and it's done, it will return all register values the same way as it was when it was called, so that you don't have to fiddle with the stack too much on the caller side. You can get away with it, but I haven't encountered crashes caused by that yet. That's something to consider when you're writing assembly. So AX will be the offset. It'll just be a matter of VGA off AX there. This will set the global VGA offset for the drawing code and the clear screen code too. Open C. So 32,000 will be, so it will rapidly alternate between 32,000 and 0. I don't have I defined yet. 900 TVL resolution. What's that, a high definition camcorder? I'm not familiar with those songs. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, I0, just to make sure. Okay, the goal with doing page flipping is you have two buffers, two areas where you can draw or display. One will be the display, the other will be the drawing. The goal to achieve double buffered rendering is you draw first to the off-screen area. Then once drawing on that is complete, you swap. So that drawing area becomes the display area, and the display area becomes a new drawing area. And then you rapidly alternate between the two. That way, when the computer is not fast enough, you won't see the sprites being drawn slowly. It will just simply look like slow frame rate. And it also eliminates flicker. This is not dissimilar to how you do it on PS1, but I think this is standard to do things double buffered when you're doing real-time graphics. Yes, the function's called scroll. Yeah, it's just scroll. Anyone epileptic? I don't think those sorts should be watching my channel anyway. I don't know. I don't know how this will turn out. I haven't tried doing this kind of page flipping yet, but I don't know. I don't care about safety of others, so. I'm not sure how this will turn out. In theory, it should work. In theory. Oh, it's buzzing again. That helicopter. Just save it. Wait, there's some formatting there I need to fix before I forget. Oh, it's them again. Rich people and their fancy helicopters. Oh, I forgot the screen clear. Need to put the screen clear, or otherwise we'll get that painting, except with flicker this time. Forgot that. Or I'll just double check.
Hey, you idiot motherfuckers, you motherfucking... Fuck you, you idiot motherfuckers, fuck you.
Video hasn't cracked up yet. Okay. I'm not getting any video. I'll comment this out. Oh, the video hardware went crap again. Video output rather. Oh, it's that's clear screen. It changes the color value. Quirky. This is quirky. The clear screen routine uses write mode 3, so it set the color to 0. So I have to set it back to 15. Right here. What's it there? Oh, I fixed it now. It happens. Crappy video converter box, but it's the only one I have for now. Oh, I still have my first video. We still have our first video camera. It's a piece of shit Handycam. It's broken now. It's one of those that are like really small to the point that it's a bit uncomfortable. But I guess the advantage is it's small. Okay, let me see if the hardware page flipping is over. Okay, we get it, but it's flickering. Okay, why scrolling? Oh, now finally they've shut down the bird. I think the offset. I think the offset. Let me fix that. It's flashing. I don't think it. I don't think it's. Not again. Terrible converter box. Just goes out of whack, this thing. Yeah, I think that was one of the ways to get more sprites on the Atari. You have to alternate between. You have to draw sprites once. You have to like go through a bunch of sprites one at a time per frame. You get more sprites, but you get lots of flickering. That's what the infamous Pac-Man port was doing, because the hardware just could not handle enough sprites to have the ghosts in. Though that port would have turned out better if they were given more time to port it. It's a shame. I have to fix that Victor at some point. Preferably when I have a workshop, because it's a huge thing and there's no space to leave it dismantled. I think it just needs lubrication, because when it tries to go into a rewind position, it just jams up. The lights even dim, probably because the motor just got seized. Okay, VGA offset. Why not I do it without the screen offset stuff? Let me see if it'll work. No, screen scroll rather. I think I should have also gotten rid of the clear screen. I can see the sprite being drawn. I think the offset's not working. Should be, what should be the I guess it's very fortunate that the tape mechanism of this TRV-820 and the not again TRV-820 and then the VX-1000 are working fine. I almost wrecked the tape mechanism of this TRV-820 when I bolted it onto a bike. Fortunately, I fixed it by physically bashing the thing, like it wasn't playing tape properly, so out of frustration I bonked it to the table. And then the playback went back to normal. I'm not gonna put that camera onto a bike again. I'm gonna go solid state next time. I just don't want to risk it. 80 times 400. Yeah, it's 32,000. That's the correct. Let's see if I set that to just 32,000. Oh, the offset's not working. Ah, the offset's working. I think I just have to figure out the correct page flipping order. Oh yeah, the FX7. What kind of head? The helical scanner or the helical scanner video drum or one of the stationary heads? Because good luck trying to find replacement video head drums for with the new heads already attached to it. Yeah, from what I remember, it seems impossible to find that head alignment gauge for it. So that when you just replace the chip on the drum, the tool for adjusting the alignment is practically non-existent, even on eBay. Yeah, it still flickers. But it stops flickering there. But the frame rate is half. Ah, I think what's going on is the scroll function does its own VSync. Let me double check. No garbled video this time around. Scroll. Yeah, I think the scroll is doing its own VSync. I remember now. No, it doesn't do VSync. Ah, I think you're supposed to set it before. I should have kept that screen scrolling code in my first VGA test. I think I still have that on my libretto. Why is it 30 frames a second? But it's not flickering anymore. Oh, I think the second buffer is not being displayed. I'm getting half frames. Ah, it's actually double buffering. I think I found a problem. It's a bit slow. It's not 60 frames. Oh dearie me. I think I know why there aren't that many there aren't that many action games that use high. Oh, not again. That use the 16 color VGA mode. It's slow. But it shows that I have. Oh, now what? I've lost video. Stupid adapter. Stupid converter box. I think we've lost video thanks to this piece of turd. It's outputting just nothing. There we go. Stupid thing. Yeah, it's slow. The advantage is you could do high speed. You could do high speed like filling on. You could do high speed filling in like. There's a black cat. You could do high speed filling. You could like fill 8 pixels at a time in one write. I know that's negated by the bit plane nature. I know. But usually people just rather use chain 4 mode. For games rather than VGA. It seems a bit slow, this mode. Even with write mode 3 enabled. And that's just one sprite being drawn. And it's already dipping at 30 frames per second. I don't mind working with tapes, it's just slow. Because you film something that's 30 minutes long, oh, that's gonna take 30 minutes to transfer for editing. Of course, the digital 8 video Walkmans and VCR equivalents are super expensive, and usually they advertise it as for transfer only. What happens if I use it for production? Is it gonna explode? I like how people think these things are only meant for video transfer, not for video transfer, not for like daily use anymore. Well, there's nothing wrong with my assembly code. It was quite fast when I think it's just the screen clearing is just slow in general. But it's using like write mode 3, which is supposed to be fast. Or maybe it's just SB operation is slow. Yeah, it should 32,000 character, 32,000 bytes make up a 640 by 400 screen. Yeah, real-time tape copying. The screen flickering looks better on my camcorder because it's 60 FPS on its view. I guess that 256 gig SD card is like the village bicycle of your camcorders. I'm not sure. I'm being underwhelmed by the speed issues I'm gonna get with this doing things in 640 by 400. I think I really need a 486 minimum on this. I'm not sure what the minimum specs are for Toho 4 and 5 for the PC98. I think those expect a 486. It ran well on my 486 per V computer laptop, which I have tucked away in a box and smells like rotting springs. Let me try that again. Or maybe I had the page flipping order wrong. No, if the page flipping order is wrong, it would have been flickering. Oh yeah, down doesn't. The page flipping is working. Because if I put it up here, the sprite is getting drawn on the other page. That's why it's flickering like that. Let me see how it will behave when I move it to the right. I think it will just wrap around there on the other side. Yep, it will just wrap around. Oh, if it goes negative, oh yeah, it's the sine byte I think is throwing it off. Vertical clipping will be the simplest to implement, so I'm gonna work on that after a bathroom break. No, not again. I hear spark. It could be that really bad power cable on the switcher. I don't think I'll go to that. The problem when I go to like an HDV camcorder is I'm gonna be limited to like 1440 by 1080. I don't mind dealing with interlaced video, but I want to have full 19 horizontal resolution. I don't know. I'm probably just gonna end up going with the GY HM70U as I planned. I'll be back in a moment. I'm gonna head off to CR again. No, I'm gonna go with that CCD, no, with that shitty CMOS based GYH and 70U. Well, you won't be too annoying. I don't really film fast action much. By the way, while we're talking about video cameras, is it possible to fix this? I'm thinking of repairing the tape control buttons and this on my VX1000 here. The problem is this ribbon here that interfaces to that. The ribbon in here that interfaces to the controls here, it's broken off. This is a common problem with the VX1000. I'm planning to repair it at some point using wire. I'll just replace that ribbon with some really thin wire. I think there's like 3 or 4 traces on that ribbon, so it probably shouldn't be too difficult. I'm gonna replace it with this kind of wire, just AWG 30. Tape them together so it'll be like a ribbon. I'm not sure how difficult it will be, but there's a common repair with those apparently. What I mean by full horizontal resolution, I mean the recording resolution. The Sony one that uses HDV, that can do 1920 by 1080 output. It can only do it through its component outputs. When you film on tape, it'll be like 1440 by 1080. That's a problem I have with that camera. Because if I want full 1920 by 1080 capture on that, I have to have some kind of device that'll like convert or capture the component output and record it to some external recorder device. It'll be really bulky. Sure, I'll think about it. I'm still saving up. Yeah, I wanna fix the tape controls on that VX1000, especially when I get around to like possibly selling it at some point. I'm not sure though. Also, in case I think you already know that noticed that I'm using a wide-angle lens. So okay, I'm gonna add clipping now. So. Time for more assembly. I think isn't your HM170U only capable of filming 4K at 30 frames? But even when you're filming things at 1080p, it's still a huge upgrade from that stupid PopCam bony piece of shit that you used to use. Oh, okay. I don't know. Alright, maybe I'll do it. I still have like a huge stock of like 80-minute HDV tapes, and then I could get 80-minute DV tapes that are advertised as HDV compatible, and I could increase it to like 90 minutes with LP. Let me see if I could get 120 minutes actually. Let me see if I could get my stock here. A mixture of stupid family tapes and my stock of I think there's still a couple more I still want to transfer still. Yeah, I still have these. I have like 6 of these 1 or 20-minute tapes, or 80-minute tapes rather. 10 pesos for a pack of 2. Absolute bargain. That's why I like the VX1000, because I have a huge stock, cheap. Other places are selling those tapes for like 200 pesos still, or 300. Alright. Yeah, detail shots. I don't think there's much motion anyway. Okay, time to add screen clipping code. I'm gonna have to put parameters here. Zero. I'm gonna do vertical clipping because that's the easiest. And that Cine Alta is the one that's used by like movie studios that don't have the budget for film, or you just want to go digital, right? And it's a Sony, it's a Bony, and it's weird. I don't know. I guess that's Bony for you. I want to get another battery pack for my TRV-820. When I use the TRV-820, I usually use the battery pack that came with my VX1000. That still works and it's compatible. It's a standard one of these standard ones. Yeah, it's this one. It's an NPF 730 pack. You can use that on this TRV-820. I think it was meant to use something like this, the smaller one, the NPF 550. The manual states that it would come with this by default. As you can guess, I've cracked it open. It's dead anyway. I wonder if you can rebuild these. But I have a feeling the battery controller on these things are smart asses, as in they would just commit seppuku. But there are two pads here. There are two conductive pads here. I don't think you could make it out on my standard definition camera. But there are like two square pads here that have traces leading to the microcontroller or something. I'm not sure. Maybe you're supposed to short it after building the pack? I don't know. It uses a sharp microcontroller, it's apparently. I've yet to rebuild it. I have loads of like second-hand 18650s I can use. I would like to use these smaller 17670s on my libretto pack, because currently its battery pack looks like this. I cannot put the cover on it back on because the 18650s are just too big. Problem is I have no spot welder to weld them together properly. Oh yeah, with their high vision systems. In the digital world, 2550 should never be a thing now. Ah, that's the one that they use in like the high vision examples, isn't it? That HDC 500. Very few of those were made, I imagine. Okay, screen clip code. And then I go to 80 by 50 mode. Ah, not again. Oh, great, not again. What? This converter box is hot. There we go. That's ridiculous for 1991 technology. Oh, 4K in 1991. Okay, I'm gonna start with the non-boundary crossing. I think I should start like using global variables here and local variables. This will take quite some time for me to think out how to do it. This will be bytes. No, 4. Yeah, I have to start using the base pointer. Okay, sub. Where's my manual? There it is. Yeah, that was used in like DVHS demo videos. The tech mode covered 1991 New York. Yeah, I printed out the unofficial Intel 888 Intel manual rather. Covers instructions from the 8088 all the way to the 486. I don't really need Pentium instructions. So what's the... Oh yeah, the registers. Stock pointer, base pointer. Is there a stock index? No. SS is stock segment. SP is stock pointer. So SP minus by, then move that to the base pointer. Pointer to globals. Okay, now I have local variables clip x, y1 and clip y2. Hey, the 1035 stuff. Is that the reason why some HD movies that I downloaded, particularly Studio Ghibli films, they are like not full 1080p vertical. They're like 1035 vertical. So there's a bit of underscanning on the top and bottom, or just letterboxing. A tiny amount, but there's letterboxing on a 1080p screen. Let me double check actual vertical resolution. I have a feeling those films were transferred keyframe buffers, but I'm using the OBS defaults. It's supposed to do that for me. I don't think I'm doing anything special with the settings. Let me see if I could try to fix that. Nope. Yeah, it's supposed to be auto. I think it's OBS just being stupid. Let me see if I can find it. Oh no, I should... No. Don't play the audio. Don't play the audio. Because you can hear it. I have to view it through... to get information of the media. It's 1040, but... 1040, but... it's not full 1080. It's strange. Alright. That's still analog. Yeah, Muse is analog high definition. It's like analog video compression, the way it works. So compute destination offset. I also have to compute the... How do I get about this? Dx is the y. And then put some code that does the clip checks. Compare dx against bp dot clip 1. I don't know if this syntax will work. Dx bp clip 1. I know it should be here, clip y1. I don't care. Yeah, I think that's why they developed the Muse compression system to fit that bandwidth to just 6 megahertz. Alright, so I think it's GE that's valid. There's no clipping. If there is clipping, where's the manual again? I think there's GGE. Page 17. Yeah, I had to this third-party manual was crap because it was not formatted properly. I'm convinced that actually I think this came from like a more advanced document format that has been converted to plain text. So I have to run like a little program that had to fix the paginating and also renumber the page numbers. And I've also added like page numbers too. Yeah, there's JGE. Jump if greater or equal. Okay, so if no clip, if no clip, if no clip, if there is clip, if there is a clip, oh man, this is doing my head in now. Move, So this one will compare the y coordinate, which is in dx, to VGA clip y1, which would be 0. This is the top clip. If it's greater than or equal, there's no clipping because it's within the bounds. If there is no clipping, what should I do? This is doing my head in now. You need to count how many lines is it clipping off. Clipping off to. You need to change the sign somehow. Is there a sign swap instruction? It's slow. x86 is really slow to program. What does translate do? 42. That's the last page. There's even typos I just found. Oh great, the doing heading is already kicking off. How do I usually compute the negative? Off screen. It's, I have to flip the sign somehow. I'm not exactly sure how to do this efficiently. The idea is to multiply by 2, but that's gonna eat performance. Well, I could use a bit shift. I'll just reference some DirectQD assembly. There's some clip code. How does it do it? Slow. Assembly is so slow. There, draw. No, it doesn't really do 16-bit programming anymore. Also, this way how this does it. Clipping is a bit different. But I want to avoid doing clip checks on every loop because that's a performance killer. I'd rather pre-compute the like it's tiresome. The Zor. Zor. Oh wait, that probably won't work. Let me see. Let me see what happens if I just Zor it. Well, it would work, but I have to increment. Okay, let me try this. I have to run it through a debug test. Which is calling the function here, so I can easily observe it in a debugger. Assuming that code will assemble. Nope, it does not assemble. Syntax error at line 89. 89 VGA assemble. Ah, I forgot the equal. There we go. I thought I saved it. There we go, it assembled. Okay, I'm gonna debug it so I can study its behavior. step into that view assembly just to make sure, because sometimes some registers don't work with certain instructions and then you end up using the wrong register. So this is to verify if the code is correct. Oh no, the stack will be trashed. I have to undo the stack. Okay, that's the flip code. Okay, that's not clipping, so it just goes into the flip calculate. There, so subtract bx result will be -1. Yeah, I know. Oh, it's 1 already. I'm getting my math jumbled up. That's actually how you're supposed to do it. Okay. I'm getting a positive value from that. Okay, I gotta fix that before I throw a fit from being confused as hell why this code's not working. Because there's this stack thing that I did not clear out. The local stack should be after BP saved. Let me double check if there's unsigned versions of these. Add arithmetic addition, page 5. No, this binary addition, so it's unsigned. You run that through the debugger again to double check its correct logic. Seems to be correct logic. Okay, V, no. Having a debugger is always nice to check for checking your sanity. You have to Okay, I think I got it now. Vertical clipping check had to be done on had to be done on computing the loop count. I had to keep the loops very efficient to get them performances. No, not globals, locals. That confused me a bit there. Clip Y1 will be 0 if there's nothing to clip. When there's something to clip, it'll store the result of how many pixels it's clipping off, which will be used as a skip offset. And it'll also set dx to 0. If I were to run this now, it would look like when I try to move the sprite off screen up. It would just simply stay put on the top. If I want to fix that, I'll have to change how many columns to copy and also offset, which can be done at the start of these loop sequences. The H loop here, to put the clip code there. For now, I want to see if this will work. If it can stop the sprite from overflowing to the top. I'll just run it through a debugger first, see if it'll actually work fine. So I don't end up trashing the system, assuming it doesn't trash it while debugging. And the cursor. I need to view the assembly. That syntax actually correct. Just set it to 0. It's clipping 0. The results 1. Stores that result there. Zeros that. Okay, I think it's ready to go. I want to make sure. I might get graphics corruption because cross jump there. And what does there's a separate loop for when the data is crossing. Okay, I think it'll work now. It's tedious. x86 is just tedious. It's slow. I have to think a lot about it. Well, it's changing the horizontal offset. But at least it's not clipping off to the other page. I think I've fiddled the AX register. But it's not crashing, so the stack is fine. Let me see. This is slow. I thought the video just went off. Oh, now I broke the horizontal scrolling. The crossing. What did I break? I kind of want to have it disabled for now. Yeah, what I'm talking about, sometimes registers don't line up. And you end up trashing some things. Are you supposed to do like this? Oh yeah, I think there's some stock trashing going on. Ah, great. Look at that Michael A. Brush assembly code that does that thing. How does he do that? Yeah, he's storing stuff to the... I know! It's... how this how you're supposed to do it? Back that up. There, that should fix it. And how does he... He just does that. Okay, that fixed the horizontal. Oh, oh crap, I messed something up real big. And, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, shit. I crashed the system. Oh, that actually worked. The Control Delete. Oh, trash the system. Of course, when you're working on when you're working with assembly, it's to be expected that you might break something. ID. Yeah, that 128K. What's that 128K all about? There's no cache in this board. There's only like one level of cache, and that's the cache in the CPU. It's like 8 kilobytes. Okay, what did I mess up this time? I suspect that stock got trashed. I think I should turn off the cross mode for now. Yeah, this stuff, I'm gonna turn this off for now. Look at that Michael A. Brush code again. I had to convert this. This is ANSI, that's why. There's some messed up characters. It's ANSI encoded. I know it's UTF-8, that stupid UTF-8 encoding. Though the Super 386 chips has cache on it, like 128K. I know. Huh? Well, SpeedSys reported 8K. I'm not sure if I don't know. I have doubts the board has any cache, except in the CPU. Ah, it should be. I don't think it's stock corruption that's going on.
Super 36 chips. Super 36 chips.
Well, the VGA hardware has no acceleration whatsoever. You do drawing by directly accessing the VGA segment. The only acceleration VGA has to offer is the latches and its arithmetic unit, which doesn't really do much, but can help a little bit with blitting things onto the screen. There are no GPU calls on VGA aside from interrupt 10, which is usually used to set the video modes. There's an interrupt function call for plotting pixels, but it's very slow, so it's better to just directly access the VGA segment. Hercules cards have some form of acceleration. But I don't think so. I think it's also software based. I don't know, my memory on the Hercules cards is a bit fuzzy, but the thing I know about the Hercules cards is that they have interrupts for graphics routines that's on the card itself. I don't know if they're being executed by the card or it's still being done in software. The Hercules is kind of boring anyway because it's black and white. High resolution, 720 by 480, but it's black and white. Just black or white pixels.
Super 386 chips. Super 386 chips.
Super 386 chips. Can't get enough of that. It's just like the branding of that CNT J3600DX. Super 386 chips. And then that's Super Math chips. No, it's just the way how 16-bit memory mapping works is you have a segment and an offset. A segment is a pointer that's at 16-byte intervals. Offset allows you to access data at a byte level from within that segment, but only at up to 16 64K K. So you have segment, which is sort of like your window, and then offset is where it starts from the segment. So in this case, the VGA segment is A000 hex, and then the offset is pretty much the pointer around that VGA memory segment, which is usually up to 64K. I'll probably go back to like PS1 stuff after this. Oh great. Uncomment that. Or I just run it. Yeah, I've turned off the... Okay, now it's not doing that ID mode anymore, so it's clipping. It's not doing that ID mode anymore, so clipping is fixed. And it then crashed the system this time. That's why in like x86, 16-bit x86, memory addresses are mapped into two half words. The segment, the 16-bit segment and the 16-bit offset divided by a colon. That's why memory, like when I do memd, I don't know, it's different. I think it's like a different tool that does that. I think it's MS-DIAD. I forget that Microsoft tool that has like some basic diagnosis stuff in it. Okay, I'm gonna try to add the skip code now. It doesn't throw an ID software anymore, so... Okay, the skip code can go here. Number of rows. I need to decrement BL by... I need to decrement BL sub B. The problem here is when you're doing arithmetic between registers and memory, both have to be of the same size. So in this case, the clip Y should be a byte. Oh, why not I just make it a byte instead? The sprite routines are limited to 256 vertical anyway. BL. Oh, sorry, camera still works. Segment offset. There are like 4 segments available on the x86 platform. You have the code segment, data segment, stack segment, and extra segment. Data and extra segment are general purpose. Code and stack, those are tricky because the CPU reads instructions from the code segment and the stack relies on the stack segment. And then you have a stack pointer, which is the offset for the stack, and then the IP, the instruction pointer, which is the pointer from within the code segment. DOS has no protection of any kind unless you're running 32-bit protected mode programs. Even in Windows for Workgroups 3.11 doesn't have any form of condom protection whatsoever. If Windows for Workgroups is running in some kind of hybrid condom protection mode. I like to call protected mode condom mode for some reason. Okay, so BL BP dot clip Y1. That should decrease the number of rows to plot, and then I have to reduce the number. No, that should decrease the number of rows to plot, and then I also need to decrease the number of columns. The starting offset. Otherwise, all you'd see is just the sprite just disappearing like that instead of scrolling away. So the offset for that is in SI. Yeah, it's in SI. So I'm gonna add SI because it's vertical column. I can do that. One byte long clip value should be enough because the sprites are limited. My sprite routine only has an 8-bit value for the height, so it can only go up to like 256 pixels high. Shouldn't be too big of a problem to worry about overflow issues. Okay, this one I need to increment. I need to zero that out and then add SI. I don't think you can do that. That doesn't work. You cannot do 16 8-bit register arithmetic. It had to be a full register. It's a crude processor. Comment this is. Yeah, these are 16-bit mode is real mode. This program I'm working on is runs in real mode. No, when you're doing memory operations, it doesn't use the BIOS whatsoever. It's just the processor just has full reign over the whole system memory that's attached to the processor. The downside with real mode is you can only address up to up to 1 megabyte. Usually stuff beyond 640k is used for like memory windows for things like the VGA hardware, which is at segment B800 or A000, or EMS XMS managers, which reside on their own segments. Okay, let's see if this will work. Oh yeah, there's no block. That's how you do clipping. That is how you do clipping. And it turns into a missing no. Oh, you can actually see the keyboard status values there. Okay, we got vertical clipping now. That's normal. I have to add code that will just simply skip the whole function when it's overflowing beyond when the whole sprite exceeds the entire screen. May as well just skip the drawing process. I'm still a bit disappointed that VGA is a little slow on this. It's not smooth. It's like running at 35. So yeah, we got vertical clipping now for the top. There's no clipping on the bottom yet. Oh, the BIOS is actually used to do like system BIOS routines, which the DOS kernel depends on too. Maybe when you reach the top, walk out to the top left, there's like stray memory, stray bytes there, random garbage that you probably stumbled into. It seems they did not put checks to make sure the collision detection does not take into account out of bounds values, because that's gonna end disastrously. Yoshi's Island, I think, does, and Super Mario World does out of bound check, where you notice where if you fall down a pit and then you try to flutter jump to the side of a wall, when you go under it, you go through the bottom of the wall. But in Super Mario World, I think there's a check so that when you're out of bounds on the top, it would check it would still check collision on the first tile at the very top. So that way you cannot just buzz through the whole level with a feather. Okay, let me see if I could do a full skip of the drawing routine. I kind of want to have Captain Comic on this thing. It's 10 o'clock. Over here now. Oh fuck no. Oh fucking hell. Oh no, never mind. I'll just optimize later. Yeah, shame I missed out on Banjo-Kazooie. I would have loved playing that as a kid. I grew up with Mario 64 instead, and I still like that game. It's not perfect. When I make the 3 platformer, I'm using A Hat in Time as a reference. How do I get about this? Oh yeah, here's how I'll do the full screen clip. Add that will be at the bottom corner. And then compare DX against VGA. Then if it's less than or equal JLE, let me double check. Page 17, JLE. I find Super Mario Sunshine a little bit more janky than Mario 64 personally. I'm not sure if it's because of the 60 FPS patch I'm using. Yeah, there's a cheat that'll force the game to run at 60 FPS. I'm not sure if it's that or the game just... I don't know, maybe I'm just not used to... People say it's really good controls, but I don't know, I find it a little bit janky. Maybe I just need more time to get used to it. I'm more used to Mario 64, it seems. Well, figures, because I grew up with that. JL. If JL, go to done. If it's less than the clip Y1 at the end, it can go clip itself. Just skip the Old theme from since when? Oh, now the border is not overflowing. Oh, the underscanning rather. Okay, it assembles. But will it run without crashing? Okay, it hasn't. It's off by 1 pixel. Wee. The wee. I still have my Wii. Ah, it should be JLE. There we go. Ah. That's that waltzy theme, isn't it? Ah, now we have proper clipping now. Now that's off-screen clipping there. It's off-screen. I can't imagine how much performance loss I'm gonna get. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll get better frame rate if I do that dynamic clearing thing, where just like how the King games do things, where it will only draw the tiles the sprites have been drawn to. So in the case of the King games, the sprites like King himself, the blaster shots, the enemies, those are the only areas that are being redrawn with level tiles. The rest is not altered, except animated tiles. But the thing is, those games run at a low 320 by 200 resolution. I'm targeting 640 by 400 mode. Yeah, I think I found the problem here because I'm using a bit shift to divide the x coordinate into blocks. This should perfectly illustrate how the block type thing, where it's like 8 pixel. 1 byte makes up 8 pixels per column. 8 pixels. There are 80 bytes horizontal. Okay, I guess I can call it a session. Yeah, that's enough assembly. I'm gonna do the optimizations and other stuff at a later time. This is slow and tedious, as you can see. It's really slow to do a x86 assembly. You saw me there, just sitting there reading through the x86 instruction set manual. It's slow. You really have to think a lot just to do certain operations. Even more so if you're not completely familiar with how it works yet. Well, I'm very familiar with how it works now, but even then, especially when I have MIPS assembly as a head start, even then, it's still tedious. It's slow. Okay, what should I do here? Why don't I download the Captain Comic shareware and copy it to my 386 via floppy diskette? Do I simply have to search Captain Comic just to get it? I want to play some of that Captain Comic. I'll just search Captain Comic DOS game. Adventures of I just need the shareware episode 1. That's good enough. Comic 50. Okay, where's my Buffalo flip-flop drive? Oh man, I have to click 2 things just to download 1 thing. Alright, it's 80 kilobytes, so it should be a piece of cake. Anyone wanna bet that... Anyone wanna bet that the floppy is gonna break on me in this stream? I'm gonna use this... I'm gonna use my daily driver diskette. This has been used a lot. Pink bony diskette. Micro floppy. That's what these were called originally. Micro floppy. Because these are smaller than the 5¼ inches. Okay. I wanna play some Captain Comic. I don't know. I just got the first result from DOS Games Archive. Anyone want to bet this floppy is gonna die on stream? Okay, paste it to the diskette. I have some random magical girl assets here. I've started to really love that title, some random magical girl thing that might also be a hentai. I just love it. I love that title now. I'm in love with that title. It's just amazingly stupid. We'll just see. This is Comic 50.zip. Crap. Floppy disk. Insert it to 386. Okay, it lists. Okay, I'm gonna put this in my root. Okay, copied. PK unzip. Oh, I gotta unzip my pants. Unzip. There's lots of like innuendos on that. I just realized. Okay, how do I list the contents? Okay, PK unzip. VB. I need more. Okay, I have to make a directory. Games. Yeah, floppy works. It did not eat shit. Well, it used to be like this before. Ever since I actually use a good clean floppy cleaner, it works. Okay, let's see how this will go. Where's the game executable? Comic. Keyboard. Left. Oh man, there's problems here. Oh great. No. No. Jump, fireball. Up, teleport. Space. Save to disk. Oh, this is the different music version. This is different from the version that you played. Oh, there's no intro theme. Sounds different with a real PC speaker though. Oh, the jumping is like Mario, where you have like momentum. Oh yeah, firing is slow because I only have one fireball. This 386 has been this install has been around since 2010. Man, I feel old. I still have some of my old crap here. I'm gonna browse through those before I call it the stream. Yep, it has different music. It's not using a keyboard interrupt handler. You remember the exact name for the version that you usually play? The name of the zip archive? This one is Comic 50.zip, which has turns out has different music. Oh, this is a first screen, so things are a bit easy here. Out. It runs a bit slower too. I don't know, maybe it's because I just have one fireball in hand. I think I know why sidestepping is easy to do, especially on slower machines, because you don't have to do bitmap splitting. You just simply do a single byte write to the video memory. The practice still applies in high resolution VGA mode. Same bit plane format and all that. So tile stepping is just the best you can do on a slow machine as slow as a Crummy 286. Okay, now I have two. There's no pause. Yeah, that was Guyana Sisters. It sort of made a comeback though with a modern title or something. It focuses more on like I wanna be the guy levels. I wanna be the guy level. Difficult levels, difficulty level. I don't know. The Space pollen. It does sound a bit different with real PC Beeper. Oh fucking hell! There's a bit of There's like a piezo type feel with the music synthesizer 2's sound output. There's like a piezo feel to it, sound wise. Oh. I think it looks a bit over bright on the capture. Ow. I'm being bit to shit. Maybe at a later time I'll continue this. Not now. I got other stuff I want to browse around here. But oh fucking hell. Oh. No. Alright, I'll just play more Captain Comic at a later time. What old junk can I find here? I've worked old. On the old works. Oh, there's the anime pack I extracted from a La archive. Yeah, I still have this one here. This is basically Japanese zip. LHA. I think I still have my Bad Apple thing here if I could find it. No. I don't think I have it here. I think I have a dumb snake game here. 2011. 2012. No, 2010. Yeah. I always like that sound. I think I have to use Basica. And turn off the turbo. What? I cannot control. I cannot control it. What the heck is going on? Why can I not control the... something weird going on. Yeah. I still could not control it. What the heck did I do in this game? Could play this. This is like the I think that N is the... I added SNES controller support. Now this works. This was 2010 I made this. Entirely on this 386 with the with Basica. Entirely. Well, this could be 286able. Also, Dope Guy was like my old handle or joke name or something before Lame Guy. It's supposed to be like Dope Fish. Eh. Ah. Let's see code listing. Basic. I seem to remember reading that the original IBM PC had the tape interface. But when I read in Ralph Brown's interrupt list, there are actually BIOS interrupts for interfacing with that tape interface. So I wonder if there's like really old backup software that allows you to put files on cassette tape using the IBM's cassette interface. I'm not sure what's the maximum capacity you can put on a 30-minute cassette in on the IBM 5150, but I can imagine that being kind of useful for like backups. Is it that bowling ball game? Yeah, Snake and that Bass. I think I've expanded that to take advantage, to make use of like a Super Nintendo adapter that plugs to the parallel port. I built my own adapters. Oh, there's Play CD, which was my attempt to get CD audio playback working in GW Basic. There's Walls. Let's see what this game is all about. Oh, it's compiled. Crap developments. Before Mediatek there was crap developments. I remember there used to be like no, it's a different version that had an intro where the Walls title gets drawn. This is also like a stepper game. I think I could make a version of this game much better now because I actually know how to program things properly. I think the PC speaker sound effects, this firing sound, I think I copied this from another basic program. Dash dos. You die. I remember the original version of this. I don't know if I still have that. The enemies taunt you every time you die. They taunt you for your misfortunes. Oh, there's that 8-ball. Those 8-balls, they're gonna chase you indefinitely. For some reason, I had an obsession for 8-ball enemies. And I think largely thanks to Ken's Labyrinth having 8-ball enemies. There needs more of those giant 8-ball enemies. I always get amusement out of those things. Yeah, that one. I love that. Oh, this one is a bit tricky. Uh-oh, 8-ball on the loose! Got caught. I always like that spelling, you died. You just died. Not you died, you died. It was like an FPS game that was like written Wolfenstein 3D FPS game that was written entirely in BASIC, but it had floor and wall texture mapping and could hit 60 frames per second if your PC is fast enough, or 70 in the case of VGA graphics. It was really beautiful when it runs at 70 on like a really powerful on a Athlon 2 running Windows XP. It's 60 FPS, it's beautiful. And the enemies are like vector. Yeah. Yeah, like, I don't know, I like that game. Yeah, I used to play that a lot. A lot of my enemy inspiration came from the game. Uh-oh. I have Ken's Labyrinth here, both the original 1.1 version and then the DOS and then the Epic Mega Games Enhanced 2.0 version. Sounds like Morse code. I don't think I've released this. Wait, I fell. I don't think I've released this anywhere. We should dig out that old game. There was like. Let's see instructions. You're just Ranger. There's. You're a ranger, a brave guy who likes to raid ancient ruins to get anything that's valuable. But there's stupid emo faces and funny 8-balls that can hinder your quest to grab all the goods in each level. No comma! I did not know how to use commas at this time. To control Ranger, use the numpad arrow keys with a numlock on to move around in the spacebar to shoot fireballs that can kill emo faces. But not 8 balls. When was this? Yeah, 2010. What other crap I have here? VGA scroll. This is my first. This was when I was introduced through VGA hardware scrolling. But in this case it's EGA. Let's see how well this will run. Yeah, look at that high speed. Wait, why is it black and white? No, there's color. The palette is just so oh. Great. I should double check before I look away. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got screen sync. This is the first time I got introduced to hardware VGA registers. And it remains. I think GW, yeah, this is done in GW Basic. Oh, now it's missing colors. Try it again. Oh. Basic. I don't think I have that image anymore around in its original JPEG form. I might have it in my anime pack. I'm gonna check it once I'm done with once I boot. Oh, now it's fucked. I think I just have to set some registers that I did not know about when I wrote this program. Uh-oh. Not again! Man, this adapter sucks. There we go. What other old crap? Stars, really slow Starfield demo. It uses floats on a system without a floating point unit. Well, that's gonna be real fast. Still like Ken's Labyrinth. Whatever. Oh yeah, I think it was in this one where I found that Weeb archive. I also have Doom 2 here. Why is it? I don't know, I think that was like part by part I transferred that game here. Yeah, we got LCH archives here. Even though this is not a hairy Jap system, it's just a... Let's go on to Windows. See if we have that. I still have that made picture available. See if I have that made picture in that anime pack archive. But I have no money for an FPU. I'm too poor. I need to disable the underscan stuff. Look at that SVGA power! Wow! Super VGA! No, it's... Just shift this up. Look at that! Super VGA power! This is a video card. I think this is a video card from like 1992. It's a Paradise PVGA from the boards made by Octec, which I think were later called Orchid. PVGA 1D, I think it was. Windows 3.11. Look at that 256 color, 1024-768. Select video modes through this little applet thing. You can go up to 1280 by 1024 if you want. That goes into interlaced modes. Now let's see that anime pack archive. Oh, I could have just used pick view. It wouldn't be as interesting. This one has a preview option. It loses palette. It does that. Oh, I remember that image. So, it's another weeb-tastic package. I got this most of these came from Facebook, I believe. Farcebook. Let's see if I could find that source image of that. It's possible I don't have it in this archive. No, I can just load this one. Look at that! It's converting it to 256 colors on the fly. It's really grainy, but it works. GameSpot Japan. GameSpot in Japan? No, I think that's GameStop I'm thinking of. You notice how the background color is losing? Oh, why did I close it? I didn't mean to do that. It's losing colors, the background, because it's just 256k. I know, 256 colors, and then the palette had to be shuffled around. Reminds me of my it reminds me of my Pervy Computer 98. Which does that too, because it also only does up to 256 colors, but it's 640 by 480 in that. I don't remember it being able to do like true color modes. I think I have some Sakura here. I don't know where this comes from. From what I remembered, it came from like Chihuahua made Sama or something, but I don't think she exists there. Yeah, it's just a fun character. Let's try loading this one in. Look at that! The power of a 40 megahertz 386 power! Hardware PC. We could go through color if, or at least 64K color mode. You press escape. This one, this program actually worked on the Purview Computer 98 because it had Windows 3.11. It was actually compatible. A lot of 16-bit applications. Oh man, it looks saturated on the capture. Let me see if I can turn down the brightness. I think it finds the VGA signal a bit too bright. There we go. Should be less washed out a little bit. VGA signal on this is a little hot. Oh yeah, there's that boob girl maid thing. I like that though. Obviously. Not sure where this comes from. Weave stuff, kill stuff, it's dangerous and stuff. I don't know where this came from. I downloaded this image from Farsbook a long time ago. But I don't... Oh, I think this is a Toho image. This is a Toho. I know this character, or sort of. Well, she makes an appearance in the Bad Apple animation, complete with that spirit blob thing of hers. Hey, we can do scrolling. Let's load this one in. I think this is a mini Tokyo. 800 by 600 would fit perfectly as a wallpaper on the system. Yeah, the background's getting less and less colorful. I don't know what... I don't think this comes from an anime. Oh, there's actually a trap. There's a trap character apparently, I've been told. If you don't know what a trap is a girl that's actually a boy. Or a boy that looks too much like a girl. It's apparently a trap, I've been told by friends years later. Let's load this one up. It's doing JPEG decoding and quantizing for 256 color mode. Sentry's Gate. Oh no, not again. Why did I close it? It's confusing. No, I just... There's some Pita 10 stuff here. I could use this. I know, I could set this as a wallpaper on the system. Pita 10. Apparently it's one of those girly cartoons, anime weeb shows. Insert clip of Admiral Akbar going, "It's a trap!" Yeah, it's doing full screen scrolling right there. It's a bit choppy, but serviceable. I'm not sure about Pita 10. I've never got... I think the main reason why I never really watched anime series was because I could not find where can I get episodes. This is... they found this one in a basic example that demonstrates Mode X. It's a bit dim, this one. I think it's tuned. Yeah, this was 320 by 400. Oh man, you can even see the dithering still. Oh, why did I close it again? I had a more complete anime pack, but it's lost now. Lost to a dead hard drive. What's this image? Oh, we have a Sakura one here. Oh man, look at that. I think this is, no, 1024 by 768. Ah. Yeah, I remember. I used to have this as my wallpaper on my ThinkPad 600E. Kind of miss that laptop, to be honest. It was really good, especially for DOS games. But I have a Libretto that does the job, but it fails at resolution because it only has an 800 by 480 screen. It's tight to do serious work on such a screen. It's really small. Here's another one. Look at that 386 power. 386 crunch. Go, go, 386. Okay, escape. Oh, that's just some hardcore emo kiddie garbage. Dang it. I don't know where this comes from. I don't think this is Sakura, but it kinda is Sakura. 800 by 480. Now I demand 2K resolution. I don't think this is Sakura. I think this is like a knockoff. Too bad the resolution is too low. I cannot read that properly, sadly. Still 56 colors. Oh, isn't this one of those Kaichou made Sama things? Yeah, I don't think I have the original of that one in that basic program anymore. It's crunching. It's not bad. This 386 is actually handling this alright. Might be because the programming of AC/DC is quite hardcore optimizations. I guess that's pretty much all of it. Oh well, what other crap do I have here? I could have just used AC/DC, but I've used this to do, I don't know, to tweak up some PCX files I was gonna use for like some random magical girl thing. Because GIMP and Aseprite are so powerful, they don't support 4-bit images anymore. Oh, there's also a slight pixel flaw I want to fix here. Pick that. I want the pencil. Pen. Well, it's not, I think this is another one of those programs that only have one undo level per operation. No, wait. It's supposed to be. Need to fix this one up a bit. It's not, this program's not good for like pixel art. Or it can be, but it's not as easy as in Aseprite. Okay, I can just fix. Yeah. Oh, why don't they show the title banner? This system. Oh, great. 16-bit operating environment. Some random magical girl thing that might also be a hentai. I've grown to really like this title, honestly. I really like it, just sounds so funny. It's so stupid and funny, I love it. I've grown to love it. What else? Why not we try going on internet? Can do it. I think this computer is already like exceeding the minimum requirements for Netscape Navigator because it's really slow on this computer. I think you need a 486 minimum or a Pentium 75. It hammers the system so much the mouse stops moving. I'm a bit jealous that the Zeph's website actually loads perfectly on this. Even the forum works, though it gets broken when there are posts with pictures on it. IT reason. Yeah, your website works in Netscape. Yeah, of course it has to. It might be a hentai. I just love that. I just love that title now. I really love it. It's my favorite thing I've ever created. Yeah, he said he didn't intend it to work in Netscape. He didn't expect it to work. Well, it works, and even the forum works, but it's slow as hell on this machine. It really needs a 486, this poor thing. Also, in case you're wondering why I always look over there, it's because my laptop's over there, and I usually, when I respond to chat messages, I just look at the message itself. Yeah, the Dreamcaster of Dreams web browser. Oh man, it's paging on this system is rather annoying because once the paging kicks in, the mouse becomes really unresponsive. What other stupid thing do I have here? Oh yeah, the unreliable K6 that isn't even amusingly unreliable. Why don't I switch to... I'll switch to a different camera mode so you can see better. Yeah, close it. Oh man, the video output's noisy as hell. So, yeah. Yeah, this piece of shit doesn't work. This Ali board inside this thing just doesn't work. It's really unstable. You can't even run Toho 7. Video cards don't like to cooperate with it properly because I keep getting corrupted icons. Piece of shit, I'm gonna gut that. Which is a shame because that has AGP, and that's the only Super Socket 7 board I have with AGP on it. And it doesn't work, it's too busted. I don't know if it's because of the Ali chipset being a busted pile of crap. I don't know if they're really good or bad or terrible chipsets. I won't be surprised if it's a very... I won't be surprised if its VGA AGP implementation is not very good. Yeah, Red Fox. And it sucks because, yeah, it's the only Super Socket 7 board I've found. I managed to get it somewhat working. At least there's an EEPROM on it. The BIOS EEPROM on that, I can reuse that for my other projects. I can reuse the BIOS EEPROM. And I screw the board because it's a 29EE010, which is often used with Game Sharks and Pro Action Replay. So that'll be useful for testing like flasher code for 128 byte per page EEPROMs. So I'll just back up the contents of that BIOS, then just use that EEPROM for whatever else I want to use it on. The only other Super Socket 7 board I have here is this Jankway board right over here. This one is shitty because it doesn't have AGP. And not only that, it seems to act weird with like PCI video cards because the onboard VGA on this cannot be disabled. I have a slot 1 version of this Jankway board where you can actually disable the onboard VGA on that. And that one seems to work better than this piece of crap. I have a K62350 on that on here. And then that one, that boring as hell, unreliable K6 has the K62400. It used to be here. This thing. Shame that board just doesn't work. Also, this has been recapped extensively. All these caps here, these are new, but these are not good caps. These are probably not good caps. These are Tiepo caps, which are probably nobodies. Well, that's all I could find. They seem, I don't know. They work, and it's fitting for this board because it's a jank board anyway. It's not good for games because of the damn onboard VGA that cannot be disabled. Okay, what else? I'm not sure how the logic with the palette management works in Windows 11. I think it also does selection of most common colors. Also, here's another thing that doesn't work. It's an ArsRock board. 945p chipset. This one doesn't work. Isn't it? I haven't tested forcing it to power on yet, but I'm doubtful it works. There's some corrosion on it. But this would be, if this board were working, this would be perfect for like my Presler rig build, whatever. So yeah, assembly stuff, I'm probably not gonna, I think I've had enough of x86 programming for now. I'm not sure though, because the VGA graphics might be embedded on that south bridge there. But what's weird is that there's a jumper near that south bridge that's not even documented in the manual. And on the slot 1 version of the board, there's a jumper to disable the onboard VGA, which is situated near that chip. This one, that jumper doesn't work. So that sucks. And also a weird thing about this Jankway board is every time there's a mode change, I think every time there's a mode change, like when you start up a 3D accelerated game or a DOS game or a full screen DOS DOS command prompt session, there's a delay. There's a bit of a delay, as if there's something going on with the interrupts or something. It's weird. That Red Fox board also does a similar thing, but I think that's more down to the AGP bus being unstable as all hell. Shows the board not working right. Yeah, piece of shit board. Unfortunately, it's the only Socket 7 I have that works. Super Socket 7 board rather. As for regular socket 5, I have this now. This one seems stable. This board I was repairing on some time ago. It's an Arsus board. PI P55 TP4N. But the P55 on this board is a lie because this does not support P55s. It only goes up to P54. There's a jumper setting for P55, but I don't think it works because it's missing regulation here, which would provide the second voltage rail needed for the P55C, the socket 7 chips. So this is strictly a socket 5 board. Also, there's a modified benchmark asshole module that I fixed, and it works. It has full 512K of cache there. I fitted it with a Pinion 120, 32 megs of EDO memory. It works. This board works. The only problems this board really had was just the clock module, and then the BIOS ROM was corrupted. Fortunately, ASUS still has the BIOS ROM for this board available. I'm not sure about the overall stability of this board yet because I haven't got Windows to work on it. I don't have a case for it to live in. P55. Yeah, it's a P55 board that only supports P54. I imagine it's because Intel changed the specifications and it will not work on this board, so they decided to gut the P55 support off it entirely. I do have a socket 7 board that supports a P55 properly. It's the VxNoob PC Chips M537 using the VxNoob set of chips. What else? I don't know. I don't think anyone has ever noticed this. Something right over there. Yeah, it's Asus, Arsus. The only interesting thing about that board is the fact that it has an Arsus Media Bus slot on it, which is that little extension after the last PCI slot. That is just a gimmick slot because that's basically ISA next to a PCI slot. Oh, speaking of overdrive, I don't know what this chip classifies as. There's this interesting little CPU I have. It's probably not. This one is a Pentium 160. I know. Why am I doing it like this? It's there. The camera is there. I have this. This is a Pentium 166, but it'll look like a regular ceramic top with heatsink glued on. But this one has an MMX instruction support. So the package looks similar to a regular ceramic P54. So I'm not sure what's the deal with this. Is this an overdrive? But there's no overdrive branding. Or is this just a P54 P55 in a ceramic package? This is an SL23X chip. So yeah, interesting. And this chip, I think, yeah, this one came from this from my PC Chips M537 rig. It has SL23X on it. For some reason they removed some of the ground pins over here. There's some ground pins here that are missing. I can probably make it out there. Ah, so this is a retail Pentium MMX then, is it? So seeing a replay of myself is weird. Okay, what's that? Before I end the stream, this is this thing I have over here. Recent acquisition. It's this puzzle set of Cosmic Baton Girl, Comet-chan. Why did I not notice the English title on the top? I would have known this sooner if I saw it. Oh yeah, it's Cosmic Baton Girl. I remember, I saw this. I definitely saw this anime. I definitely watched this show, anime, whatever you want to call it. It only ran for 2 seasons. I don't know how many episodes it got per season, but I think I remember it having... I don't know. My memory on it is a... so it's a retail SL2. So it's just a retail Pentium MMX then. Where the later retail MMX is using that this package that I just showed. I don't know how to describe it, but basically this one. The retail ones also use this type of packaging too, for the chip itself. This one is a 166 as well. Made in Malay, not Pinaylan this time. They should have a Pinaylan chip here. This one is A4. This 133 could be... No, this is a 150. And it's a Pinaylan. So yeah. Also, as you can tell with this puzzle set, it's still wrapped, but the board itself inside is not perfect. There's some stains on the back. Also, the back of this set doubles as like a drawing board. I'm not sure if it's like you can draw marker pen on it and then wipe it with a rag or something. There's like spots, so the wrapping is not perfect. It's made of thick cardboard though. Well, of course you have to make it out of thick cardboard because it's gonna get beat to shit by kids, snot-nosed kids. Why don't I piss off some crappy else on the internet who like collector hoards a bunch of unwrapped things? This one I think is still it's still perfectly wrapped, but there's some holes here where I just unwrap this thing just to piss off the collectors. I don't think there's any value to this thing. Nobody seems to remember Cosmic Baton Girl except me, it seems. There exists hentai of it, but not much. Yeah, it's made of really thick cardboard. This thing. It's open now. It uses petal-shaped pieces. Must be going out of my mind to buy this. Well, at least the main print seems to be in good shape. Let's see. Let me take out the piece. Wait, I'm still busy. And it still has those like cut bounds where it's still like attached to other pieces. Like it didn't fully cut in the cutting system. And on their cardboard cutter.
I'm sorry.
Not now, I'm busy.
Yeah,
it uses petal shapes. It's really thick though, it's like 2 or 3 millimeters. It's streaming, ma. It's streaming. Yeah, decently made boards, puzzle set. This thing. It's still attached. There's like bits. There's like little bits between pieces where it's still attached to the others. I think that's from like the stamp that they used to cut the pieces off. There isn't much hentai of Princess Comet herself. Oh yeah, the common title for this is Princess Comet, or at least the international. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it's still in good shape. Oh, it failed. Oops. Oh, the back is no, it's not textured enough for writing. I mean, it's not like there's a film on it. I'll get to it, Ma. I was hoping that the whole set would just crumple down and then I have to like assemble it. I have a use for this actually. The backside, because it's clear, this will work great as a drawing pad for me, where I put a piece of paper over it and then draw. I'm not really fond of drawing directly on wood because the pattern on the wood would actually get onto the drawing. So usually when I was little, when I draw, I get a book, put paper on top of it, and then scribble. Well, obviously on the back side because it's still flat. Oh, I forgot to mention, it even has like a little sticker of it's like a sort of authenticity sticker, like it's genuine Princess Comet merch. 55 pieces is this? I don't have time to count this. 2001 copyright year. It's really thick, this board though. This can survive a beating. For some reason I had a strong liking of Princess Comet. I might have a hard time trying to find episodes of it these days because it seems rather obscure. So another anime I remember, I think, yeah, this was from like the early days, like when we first discovered Animax on our satellite TV service. Yeah, that one, Princess Comet, and then that other show, which was basically like Cat Terminator, with like a chain gun for an arm. I can imagine the thumbnail on this will look excellent because I'm gonna be holding this stupid puzzle set. Never mind. Well, when you start, you'd see 3 and 6 anyway. Anyway, it's already almost lunchtime. I have to go and buy Coke for my parents. As this stream turned out alright. So it's yeah, this TRV-820 is really, I think it's really good is a really good camera for these live streams because not only is it easier to set up because it's smaller, and it also cooperates with libIEC 6133 much more easily. On the VX1000 I have to fiddle with the camera around just to get it to cooperate with FF Play. This one will just work right off the bat. And also it has an LCD, so it's very easy to check if everything is on frame. Oh, by the way, before the end of the stream, I should have started this stream like this, but never mind. But basically it's something like this. Oh, I'm gonna get a lot of views. This is what people nowadays like, right? This kind of framing. This is what people, so if I start streaming with my face framed like this, I'm gonna get, will I get a lot of views out of this? Fuck off. Anyone who composites things that way is a nonce. Or a poofter rather. And should be like rid from this world, or at the very least sanctioned for no good reason other than to be annoying. But I think there were lots of episodes per season. I don't know, I haven't checked the episode list, but I think it seems a decent length for like... I think this was really just a simple slice of life style anime, Princess Comet. And I don't know, it's a simple weeb show basically. Yeah, I think, yeah, am I gonna get a lot of views if I start framing myself like that in the Viewcam view? Or even better, why don't I like use like a shitty flash drawing of my character that just articulates like a stupid ragdoll or something, but completely 2D. Yeah, I still have the wrapping for this. I'm gonna put it back there even though the inside is a bit crusty now and the print already suffers. One thing that Princess Comic Henties go, there's at least a decent set with Princess Meteor in it. Also, after being reminded of the show's existence, I I feel like inspired to like name my K62400 Princess Comet, or just Comet, and then this shitty Jankway as Meteor. This is more like Space Galaxy Girl type show rather than Magical Girl, but basically the idea is the K62 being somewhat of a magical processor, especially for its time, because it was very cheap when it came out, and it kept up with Pentium 2s at the fraction of the cost. Basically, dirt cheap processor, almost on par to like a 3 or 4 figure processor from the Big Blue, being Intel. Princess Comet. It's gonna have Captain Comic cross-dressing as Princess Comet. That's gonna be funny. I don't know. Anyway, that's it for this lousy ass stream. I probably won't do another 386 stream anymore until like some random magical girl thing is already. Oh yeah, I know. There's some one of the stupid side channels that collaborated to the, what was that channel that suddenly turned to shit over one day. Game Theory, yeah, one of the friends of that Pat. Oh, no, I don't think it was. No, it's not Matt. Oh, it's Matt Pat, I think. Yeah, one of his friends do that stupid 2D. I should parody that at some point with like a really shitty wireframe lame dude being rendered with PS1 polygons. Preferably when I do like a PS Noob SDK rundown or Scarlet Engine demo that has like a 3D animated lame dude in PS1 polygons. Everything illustrated and done basically real-time animation on PS1 using the Scarlet framework. Speaking of which, I feel like I'm probably gonna not do Scarlet Engine, or at least I'm gonna try to do small bits from it, because I feel like when I'm gonna work on Natalie the Axolotl project, that's gonna be a 3D platformer, I feel like I'm trying to bite more than what I can chew, because my experience in 3D is somewhat limited, especially in the collision detection and the culling department. So I don't know, it might be my undoing. I'm gonna try to make a simpler, less open game, but about as enjoyable or technically impressive once I get around to working on the tools I need. I feel like I need to relearn a bunch of the things I used to do with the early Scarlet. Like the Blender export plugins I make doesn't work right in newer versions of Blender. I don't know, I feel like I'm burned out to some degree. Yeah, I gotta parody that at some point. Those dorks who only represent themselves as stupid drawings. I actually plan to do that in my channel once, but it won't like have arms flailing around like stupid marionettes. It'll just have still frames like this, still frames like this, things like that. Probably not as annoying. Speaking of which, video production has pretty much ground to a halt at the moment. I don't know, I'm just not feeling like it. Maybe I'm just burned and I need a rest or something. Not helped by the fact that I have work. Yeah, amidst this stupid made in China pandemic, I still have to attend work. So yeah, I guess the stream is already quite long now. I better go now. It's almost supper. Or lunchtime. How much did this puzzle set cost originally? Like 400 yen, I believe. Yeah, 400 yen. Anyway, I'm gonna let my nephew play with this one of my nephews lives in New Zealand. Anyway, I'll let him play with this. It seems to be a decently made puzzle set. It's using petal shapes, which is unusual to me. Because usually it's jigsaws that they use. That's why I'm sticking to 2.78C. So anyway, I'm calling it a stream now. It's late. I'm tired. So, yeah. It's Limby64 for you. Interestingly, I don't know. But basically, the chat's less delayed in previewing my own, viewing my own stream. So yeah, Lame Dude 64 is signing out. Hope you have a good day, and I hope you enjoyed this stream. I won't really do a 316 assembly stream again next time, unless some random magical girl thing ever. No, Jigsaw's, I don't know, it's a bit different the way it fits. There's like stencils, patterns where it would fit each individual piece. But even when I was little, majority of the puzzle pieces I saw were just jigsaw shaped. So yeah, I'm out of here. Thanks for tuning in and all that. See ya!